Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
In the hush of twilight, when the stars first begin their quiet shimmer and the wind carries the scent of ancient leaves, a story waits to be told, a tale that stirs like old songs remembered in the hush of hearth-lit rooms. This is the tale of Callandir, a ranger of the north, and the hidden threads that pulled gently, insistently, at the corners of his fate. The night sky stretched wide over Eriador, veiled in the soft violet hues of approaching dusk. In the hills north of Weathertop, where the land grew wild and the paths turned faint beneath grass and stone, Callandir stood alone, cloaked in the gray of the Dúnedain. His dark hair stirred with the breeze, and in his hand he held no sword, but a worn letter, creased from many readings, though its words were few. The dreams return. The stars burn low. Seek the root where the flame was born. The note was unsigned, but he knew the script. Elrond of Rivendell, master of lore, guardian of ancient secrets, and one who had watched over many sons of forgotten kings. It was no summons, not truly. It was a riddle wrapped in caution. But Callandir had felt the pull long before the message came. In his sleep he had wandered halls of stone long swallowed by earth, touched relics that thrummed with voices, and seen the figure of a king standing beside a sundering sea, weeping over broken light. Each morning the vision lingered, and now here he was, following dreams older than his own blood. Weathertop Amon Sul rose in the distance like a jagged tooth of the earth. The wind whispered through the grasses, carrying the hush of long-lost footsteps. Callandir had been here before, as all Dúnedain had. It was sacred ground, once the watchtower of kings, where flames were lit to signal aid across the kingdoms of old. Now only ruin remained, and silence. Yet tonight, the air trembled with something more. He made his camp at the edge of a small copse of hawthorn, their gnarled boughs knotted like the fingers of old men who remember too much. He laid no fire, for he did not wish to draw eyes from the east, even if no one had walked these hills for many leagues. Instead, he wrapped his cloak about him and watched the stars emerge, their glow pale and distant. Then, as sleep crept over him like a shadow of wings, the dream returned. He stood in the ruins of Amon Sul, though not as they were now. The tower rose whole and proud, crowned with a beacon that burned like a captured sun. Banners of silver and blue snapped in a wind rich with salt, as if the sea were near, though this place had never seen ocean spray. And from the base of the tower rose a song, low, sorrowful, beautiful. He turned, and a woman stood before him. Her hair was dark as river stones, and her eyes bore the shimmer of starlight reflected in deep water. She spoke not with lips, but with thought, and her voice moved like wind through old leaves. "You walk the edge of forgotten memory, son of the West," she said. "Will you mend what was broken, or pass it by in silence?" He tried to answer, but his voice failed him. He looked down, and in his hands was a sword, or the memory of one. Its blade was broken, the shards humming softly with light. And yet, though sundered, it felt alive. "The threads wait to be woven," she whispered, and then all turned to ash and fire. Calendir awoke with a start, the sweat cold upon his brow, though the night was chill. The stars above were unchanged, their ancient patterns steady and uncaring. But in his chest something stirred, a weight, a call, as if some hidden door within him had been opened. He rose and turned to face Amonsul. The ruin loomed quietly, its stones bathed in silver light. He crossed the open plain, every footstep brushing against the bones of old stories. Here kings once stood. Here the seeing stone was guarded. Here fire once spoke to fire across the wildlands. The wind grew still as he entered the circle of broken stones. He knelt and placed his palm upon the earth, letting the silence of the place seep into his bones. And then he heard it, faint, like a breath beneath the breath, singing. It came not from above, but below, beneath the stone, beneath the ruin. A voice, not of language, but of memory. The ground here was cracked with age, and moss veiled many of its secrets. But Calendir was no stranger to the reading of land. His fingers traced grooves in the stone, circular, worn by hands long buried. He followed them until he found what he sought. A stair, half hidden beneath a fallen slab. The stone was heavy but not immovable. He pressed his shoulder against it, and with a long breath and a whispered plea to the stars, he shifted it just enough to reveal a shadowed path. A stair, descending into the dark. He lit no torch. Instead, he drew from his satchel a small shard of crystal, gifted by Elrond long ago. It glowed faintly, a gentle silver light that bent the shadows away. He stepped down, each movement silent, deliberate. The stair spiraled deep, cut into the bones of the hill, and the air grew colder, as if the stone itself remembered sorrow. When he reached the bottom, the passage opened into a chamber hewn of ancient stone. Its walls carved with runes so old even his Númenórean tongue could not name them all. At its center stood a pedestal, and upon it, dust-laden and silent, rested a sword, but not whole. It was broken, its shards laid out like pieces of a puzzle unfinished, and near them a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Calendir approached, reverent as one might approach a tomb. He unwrapped the bundle slowly. Within lay a single thread, fine silver gold and warm to the touch. As he lifted it, it shimmered, and the singing rose faintly in the air, as though the thread itself remembered a song long silenced. The thread coiled around his fingers, and in that moment Calendir saw, not with his eyes, but with the seeing of dreams, a ship sailing west, its sail emblazoned with the star of Elendil, a woman weeping upon the shores of a sunken land, a tower burning, its fire swallowed by sea and sky, and a voice ever soft, ever certain. The thread is not severed, though it lies hidden. Follow it, child of the twilight. Follow, and you shall remember. Calendir sank to his knees, the shard of crystal dimming in his hand. This was no mere relic. This was the beginning. And above, far above, in the world of starlight, the wind turned, carrying the first leaf of autumn through the air. A whisper, perhaps, or a sigh, or the first breath of fate reawakening. The silence of the chamber was not the emptiness of a forgotten place. It was a silence that breathed, that listened, that remembered. Calendier remained upon his knees for a long while, unmoving, the faint thread of silver gold still coiled gently in his fingers, as though the relic itself knew it had been found, and now waited, patient and ageless, for the next breath in a long forgotten song. The glow of the crystal in his other hand had softened, becoming a warm halo upon the ground, casting delicate light upon the stone carvings, revealing the runes in fuller detail, spirals and stars, waves and wings, etched by hands that had long since turned to dust. Time had not forgotten this place. It had merely stepped back, waiting for a watcher to return. The air here carried a weight of memory so dense it seemed to press against the skin like mist before a storm. The walls felt not merely built, but shaped by emotion, by longing, by reverence, by grief and hope entwined. The floor beneath him was not just stone, but history incarnate, bearing the weight of kings, of exiles, of wardens who had stood watch in the dark while the world above sang unaware. Calendier's heart beat slow, heavy, like the toll of a distant bell in a fog-shrouded valley. His thoughts churned like the eddies of a great river, slow, wide, deep. He had seen the sword before, in dreams that had visited him since boyhood. In those dreams he had never touched it. He had only ever glimpsed it lying in starlight, beside a broken helm or beneath a blackened banner. But now to see its shards laid reverently on a pedestal of marble veined with age, it brought to him a sense of solemnity deeper than any oath. He reached out, not for the sword, but for understanding. His fingers hovered above the shards, trembling not with fear, but with reverence. There was a music in the air, faint and mournful, like the echo of a harp long since played. And then, gently, he let his hand rest beside the blade's broken form, not upon it, not yet. A voice stirred behind him, low, melodious, and unexpected. "You found it," it said, soft as falling snow, but edged with a strange certainty. "You were always meant to." The thread called for one who still listens. Calendier turned, slowly, his hand retreating from the pedestal as he rose to his feet, the light of the crystal casting shifting shadows that danced like ghosts along the walls. There, in the archway from which he had entered, stood a woman, not clad in armor nor crowned in silver, but robed in twilight hues that shimmered between indigo and moonlight. Her hair fell like a cascade of raven silk over her shoulders, and her eyes, gray, luminous, deep as the sea beyond the reach of mortal sails, watched him not with judgment, but with a quiet, enduring sorrow, as though she had lived through the breaking of many worlds and still hoped, though hope had long ceased to bloom. She stepped forward, and with each movement the chamber seemed to breathe again. The dust stirred, the carvings whispered faintly, and even the broken sword gleamed faintly beneath her gaze. Calendier bowed his head slightly, uncertain whether awe or humility should lead his words. "You are—" "I am Elenwen," she replied, and her voice lingered in the air like the last note of a song sung under starlight. "Once of Imladris, now something else. I walk between what was and what might yet be. And you, son of the twilight line, you walk where memory bleeds into fate. He looked at her more closely now, his brow furrowing. You knew I would come? She smiled, faint and wistful. No, but the song did, and it called. Not in command, but in longing. Callandir took a slow breath, letting her words root in him. I dreamed of this place, he said, voice low, of this sword, of a woman by the sea, weeping into a wind that would not carry her grief, of stars dimming above a ship I could not board. Dreams are not always prophecy, Elenwen said, drawing near, her gaze never leaving his. But they are often memory, old ones, etched into the soul before it knows the shape of its own thoughts. The Dúnedain carry more than blood. They carry echoes. Some rise like smoke, others take root. He felt a tremor of realization stir in his bones, slow and ancient. This sword, what is it? And why is it in pieces, kept here, beneath a tower that no longer watches the land? She turned then, her eyes falling upon the shards, and her voice grew quieter, darker. This was once the blade of Erenar, the forgotten son of Elendil, keeper of the tower when the west began to crumble. His tale is not told, for it is a tale of silence and shame, of duty twisted by despair, of oaths broken not in betrayal but in sorrow. He stood watch when the stars grew cold, and he made a choice that splintered not only the blade but the thread of a line, and so the sword broke, and with it the last chance of a forgotten prophecy. Callandir stepped closer to the pedestal once more. The shards gleamed faintly beneath the soft glow of the crystal. But now, it calls again? Yes, she said, her voice almost a whisper now, because the thread was never truly severed. It was hidden, buried beneath fear and time, waiting for one who walks not in certainty, but in reflection. You, Callandir, are not a warrior in the mold of kings. You are a listener, a weaver of what has frayed. He felt those words settle upon him like a mantle, not heavy, but vast, like a sky opening above after storm. And within his chest something gave way, some knot of doubt he had never fully spoken aloud, some fear that he bore no purpose save that of silent watchman in a world that had already chosen its heroes. I am no heir, he murmured. I carry no crown, no prophecy. My blade has not sung beside the white tree. Nor need it, Elenwen replied, her eyes now luminous with a kind of quiet urgency. The fate of Middle-earth has never rested only in the hands of kings. The threads of fate are not thick cords, but fine strands, spun across time and choice and silence. You are not here to fulfill a legend. You are here to remember what was left undone. Outside the chamber, the earth groaned softly, and a wind stirred the grasses atop the ruin. The sky above had darkened not with storm, but with starlight, more vivid than it had been in years, as though the heavens themselves were leaning close, listening, waiting. Callandir stepped back from the pedestal, the thread still wrapped around his hand. Then what must I do? Elenwen reached out and gently touched his shoulder. Just once, a whisper of contact, and he felt as though the stories of 1,000 winters flowed through him in that instant. You must follow the thread, she said, It leads north to a place where memory and shadow entwine. There is another who waits, though he does not know what stirs in his bones, and there are those who would see the thread unraveled. A pause fell between them, soft and lingering, as though the chamber itself were giving them space to breathe. At last, Calendir nodded, slow and steady. "Then I will follow." And as they turned together to ascend the long, silent stair, one step at a time, one breath and thought ahead of the next, the broken sword remained behind, untouched, yet humming faintly in the silence, as though it too waited. Not for glory, not for war, but for healing. Above, night fell fully. The stars wheeled overhead like slow-turning lanterns. The wind and the grass whispered not of endings, but of paths not yet walked. And somewhere, far beyond the hills and shadowed forests, the thread began to stir once more. The wind that stirred atop the ruins of Amon Sul was no longer the indifferent breath of the highlands, nor merely the chill of a northern night descending. It moved now with intent, as if the old stones whispered to the air, and the air in turn bore those murmurs into the world, like drifting seeds of memory. The grass, brittle from autumn's touch, hissed faintly beneath the stars, and each step Calendir took upon the worn path away from the tower felt less like movement through space and more like passing through a veil, one drawn thin between the realm of waking and that deeper realm of dream and recollection, where time curved, where voices, forgotten, still echoed faintly behind the silence. They descended the slope in a hush, Elinwyn walking beside him like a shadow cast in silver, her robes catching the faint starlight and turning it into something both haunting and familiar. The moon had not yet risen, but the sky was rich with constellations, and the stars themselves seemed brighter than they had any right to be, some hanging so low they seemed to hover just beyond reach, like forgotten lanterns over a field where none now walk. Calendir found himself glancing at Elenwen now and again, as if her presence needed to be re-anchored to the reality of the world. She did not walk as others walked. Her step was silent, her breath undetectable, and her eyes did not scan the earth but instead remained turned toward the heavens, as if she listened to them in ways he could not. And yet, when she finally spoke, her voice was not distant nor strange, but deeply human, woven with quiet understanding, as if she carried the wisdom of both sorrow and patience, and had learned to speak gently, lest her words break something fragile in the air. "You are troubled," she said, not as an accusation, but as one who has seen the same shadow in themselves. Calendir walked for a while in silence, his boots crunching softly against the dry leaves that lined the path. The silence stretched not awkwardly, but contemplatively, like the deep pause before a musician lifts his bow to the strings. Finally he spoke, but his voice was low, reflective, as though he addressed not her, but the doubts that had traveled with him for years. "I do not know whether I walk toward something," he said slowly, "or merely away from the emptiness I've carried. I have followed paths that led nowhere, kept watch over lands that no longer remember the kings who once ruled them, and held oaths that bind my blood but offer little warmth. The dreams, they were all I had left that stirred any sense of purpose. But even they felt like riddles, meant for others, echoes of a song sung for ears more attuned to fate Elenwen tilted her head slightly, as if his words struck a chord in some place long sealed. She did not reply at once, but when she did, her voice had a quality to it, like river stones smoothed by centuries of current, polished not through silence, but through continual reflection. Many mistake clarity for certainty, she said. They believe that to be called means to be assured, but the truest callings come not to those who feel ready, nor to those already grand in their vision. They come to those who feel the lack most deeply, to those whose hearts are shaped by questions rather than answers. You say you do not know if you walk toward something, but I tell you this, Calendier. To carry emptiness is not failure, it is space, and space is where new light can dwell, if you have the patience to let it grow. He looked at her then, and though his expression remained composed, something shifted behind his eyes, some small fracture in the shell of his guarded solitude. He did not speak again for some time, but when he did, his voice carried a note of cautious vulnerability. There is a kind of weariness, he murmured, that doesn't come from battle or toil, but from years of being unseen. I have walked past cities where no one knows my name, sat beside campfires with men who speak of great lords and lineages, and I who carry the blood of Westernesse, I am but a shadow beneath their talk, a watcher, always outside the song. I do not crave glory, Elenwen, but I wish sometimes that the stars would whisper to me as they once did to kings, that the wind would call me not to but to become. The woman beside him turned her gaze then, not toward the stars, but toward him, and in her expression was no pity, nor even sympathy, but a profound and quiet resonance, as though she too had once stood in the threshold of that same silence. The stars, she said softly, do not choose only kings to whisper to. Their voices are not bound by crowns or banners. They speak to those who stand still enough to listen and mournful enough to understand. The song of the world is not sung by rulers alone. It is sung by all who carry the weight of what might have been and what still could be. And you, Calendir, are of the Dúnedain. Yours is the twilight, yes, but it is also the hour when the stars burn brightest. They came upon a small rise overlooking a shallow glade, where the grass swayed gently beneath a grove of silver birch trees whose bark glistened like starlight rendered into wood. A brook, narrow and winding, carved a quiet path through the clearing, its voice a faint lullaby that spoke of time without beginning or end. The moon had begun to rise now, pale and round, casting the clearing in a light so delicate it seemed as though the world had briefly turned to glass. Calendar stood still for a moment at the edge of the glade. The scent of the place was clean, moss and cool water, leaves tinged with frost, and the air tasted of something ancient and kind. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many months, he allowed himself to breathe as one who was not hunted by purpose, but cradled by it. Elenwen moved to the edge of the brook and knelt, letting her hand rest lightly in the current. The water curled around her fingers as if greeting an old friend. When she looked up again, her expression was softer, her voice deeper, like the hush of a mother telling a story by lamplight. There is someone who waits, she said, not far from here, a wanderer not unlike yourself, but he does not know he waits. He is a keeper of remnants, a guardian of things forgotten, though he does not yet understand the nature of what he holds. His heart is heavy with a history that is not his own. You must find him." Callandir stepped forward, watching the silver ripple of the water and the reflection of the stars trembling upon its surface. "And what then? What is it I am meant to do with all this? Memory, these threads that have no weaver." Elenwen looked at him long, her eyes reflecting both starlight and shadow. "You are not meant to weave it alone. No tapestry is made by one thread, but it must begin with one who chooses, not because he is commanded, but because he believes. In memory, in meaning, in the chance that even broken things might still be made beautiful." The wind shifted again, and somewhere in the trees a night bird called. A single note, clear and long, that hung in the air like the breath of a story not yet told. And Callandir, standing in that starlit glade, the thread still wound quietly around his fingers, felt a stirring within him, not the thunder of destiny, nor the fire of prophecy, but something older and deeper still, a kind of remembering, a gentle pulse beneath the skin, like the beat of the world's slow heart. The night deepened, though it did not darken, for the moon had risen high, and its gentle light poured silver across the glade like a soft, unbroken prayer. It filtered through the delicate branches of the birch trees, laying lacework shadows across the forest floor, and where it touched the brook, the water answered in glittering syllables of movement. Each ripple a whisper in the tongue of time. The stars above turned slowly in their silent dance, distant yet attentive, as though drawn near by the presence of something unfolding. Not merely a tale, but a convergence, a gathering of threads not just from this world, but from the dreams that wove beneath it. Callandir sat upon a flat stone by the brook, his posture no longer tense but thoughtful, his gaze tracing the drifting patterns of moonlight on the current. His hand still held the silver-gold thread loosely, its warmth pulsing faintly with a rhythm that felt older than his own heartbeat. Elenwen sat across from him, her form limned in quiet light, the folds of her robes brushing softly against the moss, her presence no less mysterious now, yet somehow nearer, as if some measure of the distance between their paths had folded in. For a long while they remained silent, not out of reticence, but in reverence, as if to speak too soon might dissolve the fragile harmony of wind, water, and memory. And then, at length, Callandir broke the stillness, not abruptly, but with a voice as careful as a hand reaching into a basin of still water, wary of disturbing something sacred. "Tell me," he said, not as a command, but as a request steeped in the need to understand. "This wanderer you speak of, who is he, and why does he bear the weight of something not his own? You say he keeps remnants, but what kind? And why would the thread lead to him and not to one who seeks it knowingly?" Elenwen did not answer at once. Her eyes followed the brook, the way its path curved gently beneath a small bridge of roots, and when she spoke it was slowly, deliberately, as though she sifted each word from the dust of ages before offering it. "There are those," she began, her voice a low murmur touched with reflection, "who carry burdens not by fate's decree nor by heritage, but simply because they are there, left behind by others, by stories too heavy to finish, by promises too sacred to forget. This wanderer is such a one. He is not of noble blood, nor touched by prophecy. He walks not with the certainty of the wise, nor the confidence of the bold, and yet within him something endures, a fragment of light caught in a web of shadow, a question asked not in words, but in silence that seeks meaning. She turned her gaze to Calendir then, and in her eyes was the gravity of one who has watched countless souls turn away at the edge of revelation. You ask why the thread does not go to one who seeks it, she said, but that is not the way of threads. They do not answer to desire, they answer to need. They seek not those who would wield them with ambition, but those who would hold them with care, with sorrow, with longing to mend, not to master. Calendir's brows drew together in quiet contemplation, and his voice, when he spoke again, was slower, deeper, layered with a realization that had begun to bloom like a soft fire in his chest. "It is a strange thing," he murmured, "to live in the ruins of greatness. The tales we were raised on, of Elendil and Isildur, of the White Tree and the Seven Stars, they are full of fire, of clear battles, of choices made with the clarity of swords drawn in sunlight. But we walk in their shadow long after the fire has gone cold. We tend to stones others laid, guard roads that lead nowhere, and wait for what we do not know." He paused, lifting the thread slightly, watching how it shimmered in the moonlight like a captured sigh. "And yet, when I hold this, I feel as though the silence itself is listening, as though the world has not forgotten us, only quieted, waiting to see if we still remember it." Elenwen's lips curved into a small, sad smile, one that held more knowledge than comfort. "That is the truth of twilight," she said softly. "It is not merely the fading of light, but the moment when things are most visible, when shadows stretch long and the shapes of the world grow more honest. In daylight all is certainty. In twilight we see what lies beneath. We see the beauty of what is broken, the possibility of what might yet be whole." A breeze stirred through the glade then, soft as a breath, rustling the birch leaves with a sound like distant laughter remembered in dreams. Calendir inhaled deeply, letting the scent of damp earth, fallen leaves, and cold water fill his lungs. It reminded him of something. Childhood, perhaps, or a time before the burdens of lineage had coiled so tightly around his heart. "Do you believe," he asked after a long silence, "that even the smallest threads can change the pattern of the world?" Elenwen stood, rising slowly like the mist from a still lake at dawn. She stepped to the edge of the brook and looked down into its flowing mirror, where the stars shimmered like secrets barely spoken. "I believe," she said, her voice barely above the wind, "that the smallest thread is often the only thing that keeps the pattern from unraveling entirely. That it is not the great deeds but the quiet ones, the ones done without witness or glory, that bind the world together when all else falls to ruin. The thread you hold is not power, it is memory, and memory is the foundation of hope." She turned back to him then, her eyes luminous with something too deep to name. "Come. It is time." Calendir rose, and the thread shimmered faintly in his grasp, as if stirred by her words. Together they passed from the glade, the trees bowing gently above them as though in farewell, and the moon casting long silver paths before them like a promise. and the world, quiet and listening, shifted slightly, just slightly, around them. They traveled in silence for a long while, not because there was nothing left to say, but because the world around them had become so hushed and solemn that speech itself felt like something to be earned, something that must arise naturally, as a spring from hidden rock, not forced from the lips lest it lose its meaning. The forest, once dappled with the soft silver light of moon and star, began to darken as the trees thickened and grew taller, older, their trunks rising like ancient pillars from the earth, their roots twisting like the memories of deep time. Moss clung to every surface, stone, root, bark, with a tenacity that seemed to suggest it had always been there, watching, listening, growing slowly and patiently, while the lives of men flickered like candles in the wind. The path they followed was not marked, not paved with any stone of civilization. Rather, it was the kind of way that only those who listened deeply might notice. A narrowing of the trees here, a rhythm in the underbrush, a subtle leaning of the branches that suggested motion long past. The moon's light still filtered through in pale shafts, but now it came broken and slanted, casting strange elongated shadows that danced like forgotten spirits across the leaf-strewn forest floor. The air was cooler here too, and carried with it the scent of earth unspoiled, of streams flowing unseen beneath root and rock, of time slowed into stillness. Calendir's thoughts wandered as he walked, and within him stirred a quiet restlessness, not the kind that demands action, but the deeper kind, the kind that asks questions of the soul that cannot be answered by sword or command. He felt as though he were walking not merely through a wood, but through the folds of a dream, a place where reality softened and the past reached through the veil of the present like fingers brushing the fabric of fate. His eyes fell again on the silver gold thread wrapped around his hand, its soft gleam a heartbeat against the dark. It had become something more than an object, more than a relic or a clue. It was a symbol now, though of what exactly he could not yet say. Hope, perhaps, or remembrance, or the quiet assertion that something still mattered, even when so much had been forgotten. At length, Elenwen spoke, her voice low and thoughtful, almost as if she, too, had been walking through the inner corridors of memory and had now returned to share some part of what she had seen. "You carry it gently," she said, not as a compliment but as an observation that reached into the deeper truth of his actions. "That thread, though small, is older than any crown that still lingers in the minds of men. It was spun by hands who understood that strength was not in iron or armies, but in the will to remember what the world would rather forget." Calandar glanced at her, his expression unreadable, but his eyes were heavy with thought. "And yet," he murmured, "what use is memory if it cannot protect what it loves? I have seen villages fall, kin lost to darkness, hopes buried in the snow. What comfort is there in remembrance when it brings only the ache of what could not be saved?" Elenwen did not answer at once. She stepped over a fallen log, her hand brushing the damp bark as she moved, as if acknowledging the tree's slow decay and the quiet nobility of its fall. When she did speak, her words were laced with the resonance of old pain, transformed by time into wisdom. "There is no comfort in memory," she said, "not the kind that soothes or erases, but there is dignity in it, and from that dignity meaning. To remember is not merely to recall, it is to hold vigil, to refuse the silence that evil would impose. When we remember, we keep the voices of the fallen from vanishing. We speak their names back into the world. That, too, is a kind of defense. Callandir nodded slowly, though his brows remained furrowed, his gaze distant. And what of those who do not wish to remember? Who close their hearts and let the dust cover the old stones? Are they wrong, or simply weary? Elenwen's voice softened. Not wrong, but the world they help shape is one of forgetfulness, and in such a world the same wounds open again and again because no one remembers where they began. To forget is to walk in circles. To remember is to move forward. Even if the path is slow and steep, they came then to a clearing unlike the one before. Here the trees opened to reveal a hollow, circular and quiet, ringed by standing stones worn by wind and time. Their surfaces were etched with symbols so old they seemed to be part of the stone itself. Patterns of wave and flame, star and branch, all twined in designs that defied immediate understanding. At the center of the clearing stood a single wide tree, its bark pale, its leaves dark green despite the season, its roots spreading like veins across the mossy earth. The tree exhaled presence, as though it were more than tree, more than wood or leaf or limb. It was memory made visible, a sentinel of something long buried yet enduring. Elenwen stopped at the edge of the circle, her gaze fixed upon the great tree. Callandir paused beside her, sensing something shift in the air, a thickening of silence, a drawing in of breath before revelation. "This is where he waits," Elenwen said quietly. "He does not know we come, but he will know the thread. It will awaken in him what has lain dormant too long." Callandir felt the wind stir again, colder now, though not unkind. The tree's leaves rustled with a sound like old pages turning, and he stepped forward slowly, reverently, his boots barely disturbing the soft moss. And there, beneath the tree, sat a man, not young, but not yet old, his cloak patched and weathered, his hair tied back, streaked with gray and black like a sky caught between storm and calm. He sat as though he had been waiting, and yet knew not what for. His posture still, his eyes closed, his hands resting upon a stone bowl filled with water that shimmered despite the absence of sunlight. Callandir stopped a few paces away, uncertain whether to speak, and in that pause, the man opened his eyes. There was no shock in his gaze, only a slow dawning awareness, as though he had been dreaming, and the dream had now taken shape in the waking world. He looked at Callandir, then at the thread in his hand, and his brow furrowed, not in confusion, but in remembrance. "I have seen that light," the man said softly, his voice like gravel beneath snow, worn but not broken. "Long ago, in a dream I had the night the old tower burned. It sang, though I could not hear the words." Callandir stepped closer. "You are the keeper," he said, more certain now. "You carry what was left behind, and now it calls for you." The man's eyes turned to the tree behind him, and something in his face shifted. grief perhaps, or awe. "I do not know if I am ready," he said, "but I have waited long enough," and the thread in Calendir's hand shimmered brighter, as if in answer. For a moment, no more than a breath's width of time, and yet stretching outward like the echo of a bell long struck, the forest clearing held its stillness like an altar holds the hush of prayer. The air was cool and dense, soaked in the quiet authority of old things, the kind of silence that did not merely exist in absence of sound, but rather pressed against the skin and settled beneath the bones, reminding all who entered that this place had been watching long before they came, and would continue to watch long after they were gone. The wind stirred only gently now, rustling through the broad leaves of the lone tree that rose in the heart of the stone circle. And even that sound, subtle, rhythmic, like distant whispers, seemed shaped to the cadence of memory. The man beneath the tree remained seated, his back leaning against its pale trunk with the familiarity of one who has spent many seasons seeking solace there. His garments, worn and patched, bore the marks of long travel, but not in the manner of the restless, rather in the pattern of one who wandered not to escape, but to find something left behind. His eyes, dark gray and flecked with the color of distant storms, watched Calendir not with suspicion nor with surprise, but with a strange, quiet recognition, like the gaze of someone who sees in another a face half remembered from a dream. And indeed, it was not entirely clear who had dreamed whom into this moment. Calendir stood a short distance away, and though his stance was upright, his shoulders bore the weight of something older than exhaustion. He felt strangely, deeply, unreasonably, as if he had arrived at the edge of something not just physical, but spiritual, a precipice from which memory looked down upon the unknown, waiting to be acknowledged, and perhaps finally rejoined. "I felt it," the man said, his voice low and rough with disuse, as though it had not been called upon for many moons. "The thread. Not with my senses, not at first, but in the places beneath speech, beneath thought. It was like the first breath of winter wind after harvest, the kind that makes the trees still and the animals quiet, something old, stirring." Calendir stepped forward, slow, respectful, his hand still loosely holding the gleaming filament that had brought him here. "I followed it," he said, "not because I knew what I would find, but because I could no longer bear the silence left in its absence. There was something unfinished, a name not spoken, a story left in the middle of a sentence. And when I saw you, when I stood before the great tree and heard its leaves speaking your name, I knew, not with my mind, but with that same part of the soul that aches when a song ends too soon." The seated man nodded slowly, his gaze distant now, turned inward. "For a long time," he murmured, "I thought the past had let me go, that it had given up its claim on my bones, but I see now that it was not release, but waiting. It waited for me to remember, not what happened, but what still matters." He reached down then and touched the edge of the stone bowl at his feet, his fingers tracing its rim with the familiarity of ritual. The water inside it shimmered, though there was no light to cause such glimmer, only the reflection of something unseen, perhaps the stars beyond the leaves, or the thoughts that passed unspoken between them. "My name," the man continued, and now his voice trembled, not from fear but from the weight of recalling something buried too long, was once Halidin, son of no great line, heir to no realm. But I was there when the watchtower fell. I was the last to descend its broken stair. I saw the fire rise, and I saw what we left behind when the tide of darkness swept over the high places of the world. Calendir's breath caught, though he did not interrupt. The moment was too fragile, too sacred. There was a girl, Halidin said, his eyes glistening with unfallen tears. A child, barely of age, who sang to herself even when the stones cracked and the wind howled through the ruin. She had no sword, no talisman, only a song, and when I asked her why she sang, she said, "Because even the dark must listen when someone remembers the light." He looked up at Calendir then, and in that gaze was a pain too deep to be carved into words, yet too essential not to be spoken. "She died," he whispered. "The fire took her, and I carried nothing of her but the echo of that song." The silver gold thread pulsed in Calendir's hand, not as a beacon, but as an answer. "I think," Calendir said softly, stepping closer now, "that the song did not die with her. I think it became this thread, this memory, this path. I think she wove it into the world in the moment before the fire claimed her, and it waited, not for kings or warriors, but for those who would listen." Halidin closed his eyes. The wind moved through the clearing once more, and the great tree seemed to sigh, its branches bending slightly, not from wind alone, but from a sorrow borne for too long. When he opened his eyes again, there was something changed in them. Not release exactly, but the beginning of it. "Then let us listen," he said. "Let us hear what remains." Elenwen, who had stood silent at the edge of the circle, stepped forward now. Her presence was neither commanding nor subtle. It was simply inevitable, as the rising of a tide no longer held back. "There is a song," she said, "that was begun long ago in the west beyond the sea, in the quiet halls of the Valar where memory itself is born. It is a song that lives in the stones and the wind, in the rivers and the roots, in the fire that warms and the fire that consumes. You are not the singers who began it, but you may yet be those who carry its melody forward." Halidin reached out his hand then, and Calendir placed the thread within it. And when their hands touched, the forest did not erupt in light or thunder, but rather deepened into a silence so complete it felt like the pause between heartbeats. The thread glowed gently, not as a weapon, not as a prize, but as a bridge, delicate and enduring. The tree behind them shuddered, its bark rippling with unseen life. The standing stones around the clearing hummed softly, as if struck by a note long sustained, and the bowl of water at Halidin's feet stilled, its shimmer fading into clarity, revealing not the reflection of sky or leaf, but of a path winding through shadowed wood, toward something unseen. It was the beginning and the end, and something else entirely. And all around them the forest listened. The night deepened, and the world waited. Dawn did not arrive in haste, but with the slow and deliberate grace of a secret being revealed. It unfolded across the forest with a gentleness that felt almost hesitant, as though the light itself were wary of disturbing the solemn stillness that lingered beneath the trees. The first tendrils of morning crept softly over the forest floor, catching on dew-wet leaves and weaving silver into the canopy. Mist lay thick between the boles of ancient trees, and the air carried the scent of moss and deep earth, and the faint, sweet musk of leaf mold. Alive, yet still tinged with sorrow, like a song remembered only by its echo. The clearing had changed during the night, though nothing visible had shifted. The stones remained as they were, moss-worn and leaning. The great tree still stood in its silent, patient grace, its leaves trembling faintly in a wind that had not yet risen. And yet, within that stillness, something had taken root. Something imperceptible yet undeniable. The silence no longer felt like absence but presence, filled not with the void but with the awareness of all that had transpired. Callandir sat now near the water basin, cross-legged, his cloak drawn about him for warmth, though the chill in his chest came not from the cold but from the lingering tide of something greater, something that stirred in the marrow of his bones and left him quietly changed. His fingers traced the grooves of the stone beneath him without conscious thought, as if to reassure himself that he was still here, still part of the world, even as the border between memory and meaning continued to thin around him. Halidon stood nearby, one hand resting against the trunk of the tree, his posture no longer heavy with weariness, but upright, rooted in a new stillness, not the stillness of resignation, but of integration. He had not spoken much since the thread had passed into his grasp, but what few words he had offered were like embers from a long smothered fire, small, glowing, warm. Something in his eyes had cleared, as though the dream he had been trapped in had finally broken, not with violence, but with recognition. Elwyn moved slowly among the stones, her fingers brushing their weathered surfaces like one tending to sacred relics. The way she walked gave the impression not of motion, but of presence, the quiet assertion of someone who belonged more to the fabric of the land than to the transient narrative of footsteps and breath. She paused occasionally to kneel, to whisper words not meant for the ears of men, her voice a quiet cadence that merged with the rustle of leaves and the breath of morning air. Finally, as the light began to pool more brightly across the clearing and the mist retreated toward the deeper woods, Halidon turned, his voice measured, carrying with it the tremor of something long buried finally stirring awake. "I remember the day I was sent from the tower," he said, his tone not confessional but meditative. "Not cast out, no. I was given a task, to carry word to the outer watch posts, to warn them of what we had seen. Strange fires beyond the borders, figures moving beneath the trees that cast no shadows, whispers heard in the stones. I went because I was loyal, because I believed in the watch, and when I returned, it was ash. Only ash." He closed his eyes, and the light caught upon the lines of his face, deepening them, not with age, but with meaning. "I have spent every year since wondering if I had run, if I had chosen exile disguised as duty. I wore no chains, and yet I was a prisoner, held not by others, but by the silence I refused to break." Callandir listened without speaking, his hand resting now on the surface of the water bowl, feeling its coolness, its quietness, and then he said gently, "Sometimes I think silence is not a void, but a vessel. We pour into it all the things we cannot name, hoping that time will transform them into something we can carry. But silence can become weight if not shared. And I think you were not alone in bearing it." Holoden looked at him, and a slow breath escaped him, neither sigh nor exhale, but a release nonetheless. "Then perhaps we begin again," he said, "not as those who rebuild what was, but as those who carry forward what remains." Elenwen stepped closer, her eyes shining now, not with tears, but with something deeper, more ancient, the brightness of one who sees the pattern unfold and knows finally that the threads have met. "Memory alone is not enough," she said, her voice like water moving through hollow stone. "It must be given shape, shared not as record but as offering. There is a place north of here where the old paths cross beneath the eaves of the withered hills. A sanctuary of sorts, not known, not marked, but held in trust by those who still remember without books, without songs. There you may find what was once broken." Holoden's gaze turned northward, though no path was visible, only forest and shadow. "And what of the thread?" he asked, lifting it slowly, letting the morning light play along its length. Callandir rose then, stepping beside him, and for the first time in days he smiled. Not out of joy, but out of deep knowing. "It's no longer just a thread," he said. "It's a bond between us, between what was and what still may be." Aladdin nodded, and in that moment the clearing felt almost like a place outside time, a turning point in the song of the world, where three voices had joined, and something unseen had shifted its course. And so they began their journey anew, not as strangers drawn by chance, but as bearers of a thread spun by remembrance, strengthened by reflection, and carried not by fate, but by choice. As they left the stone circle, the tree behind them seemed to bow ever so slightly in the windless air, and the light broke more fully through the canopy. The forest stirred, not in disturbance, but in greeting. And far beyond, in a place not yet reached, the thread stirred again. The path that stretched northward from the grove was not marked by stone or carved by hand, but rather revealed itself as they walked, like a memory slowly re-emerging from the haze of long forgetting. It wound its way through old-growth forest, where the trunks of towering oaks and silver-limbed beeches rose like the columns of forgotten temples, their canopies high above weaving a vault of green and gold that shimmered with the slow rhythm of breeze and light. Sunlight came in beams, dappled and flickering, as if the forest itself were blinking between one world and the next. Moss grew thick upon the stones, velvet-like and soft underfoot, and the air was filled with the scent of fern, bark, and distant rain, earthy and living and vast. As they moved, time became strange, not absent but untethered, like a pendulum left to sway on its own terms. Hours passed, or perhaps mere moments. There was no certainty, and yet, within that timelessness, something grew between them. Not simply familiarity, but a kind of communion, born of shared silence and the unspoken understanding that each step taken was a step deeper into not just the wilds of Middle-earth, but the unseen terrain of the soul. The thread they carried, wound now around Haladan's wrist, seemed to shimmer faintly with their progress, as though sensing proximity to something old and essential. They spoke only rarely, but when they did, the words came not as interruptions, but as deep stirrings brought forth by the presence of place, by the way a clearing opened onto a view of distant hills cloaked in mist, or by the hush that fell as they passed beneath an arch of branches older than memory. And when Calendir next spoke, it was in such a moment, where the path narrowed and the trees parted to reveal a stream winding through the stones like silver thread stitched through green velvet. "I have often wondered," he said slowly, his voice tinged with the weight of thoughts long carried, "what it means to be born into the shadow of greatness, to bear the blood of those whose names ring through the ages, and yet to feel distant from them, as though their light cast not illumination but eclipse. There are times I have felt as though I walk beneath a sky of stars not meant for me, that the stories I know so well were written not to guide me but to remind me of how far I am from their flame." He paused at the edge of the stream, kneeling to touch the water. It was cold, clear, and fast-moving, and as it passed beneath his fingers, he felt something of his own inner unrest echo in its restless flow. Haladan came to stand beside him, and for a long time he said nothing. Then, after a breath drawn deep from the quiet around them, he spoke, his words slow, thoughtful, like stones placed carefully in a cairn. "I too have felt that weight," he said. "Though I carry no lineage worthy of song, I have walked in the shadow of other men's choices. I have seen the ruins of their glory and been asked to guard what they left behind. And in that watching, I came to know a different kind of burden, not the weight of expectation, but the ache of preservation, to keep something safe, not because it is beautiful or triumphant, but because it is fragile, forgotten, needing only not to be lost." He looked across the water, his eyes tracing the slow drift of leaves that had fallen and now floated towards some unknown destination. "Perhaps," he added, "that is what our purpose truly is, not to match the blaze of ancient kings, but to tend the embers left in their wake, to ensure that the warmth of their memory does not vanish from the world, even if no one remembers our names." Calendir listened, and as he did, a stillness settled over him, not a silence of emptiness, but one of understanding. The forest, too, seemed to listen. The leaves rustled more gently, and the birds, unseen but near, sang in softer tones, as if their songs now moved with greater care. Elenwen, who had walked a few paces behind, now drew closer, her gaze moving not across the landscape but within it. She knelt by the stream and dipped her fingers into the water, watching as the ripples spread in delicate circles. "There is a myth," she said, "told in the twilight courts of Lorien, of a time before time, when the world was still in its shaping. It speaks of a single thread, spun from the light of the two trees before their mingling. It was said to be finer than spider's silk, but stronger than the deepest oath, and it was given not to kings or lords, but to a weaver, a woman who dwelt in a valley where stars were born. She wove it not into banners or mantles, but into the lining of a cradle for a child born during the long dark." Her voice lingered, woven with melancholy and awe. When that child grew and walked into the world, he did not know of the thread, but it walked with him. It turned aside blades and caught the tears of the dying. It reminded him, when he was lost, of who he had once been, not with memory, but with presence. That thread was not power, but anchor, and in the end, when he stood alone against the shadow, it was that memory, woven into the very cloth of his being, that held him fast. They were silent then, each caught in the quiet reverie of her words. The stream moved on, indifferent and eternal, and above them, through the canopy, the sky had begun to shift, clouds gathering slow and pale, like veils being drawn over a sleeping face. They walked again, their steps quieter now, their minds adrift in thought. The land began to change subtly, less tangled, more open. Hills rose slowly ahead, covered in long grasses that bent to the wind, and the trees grew thinner, as though the forest had relinquished its claim in reverence for what lay beyond. At last, as the sun began to tilt westward, casting long shadows across the land, they crested a rise and saw it. A small valley nestled between the withered hills, ringed with standing stones and flowering shrubs. At its center stood a single structure, simple, circular, built of pale stone, half sunken into the earth and roofed in living turf. Light poured from its doorway, though no fire was seen, and around it the wind carried a scent like old parchment and blooming heather. Memory and hope entwined. "This," Elenwen said, her voice now like a bell carried on wind, "is where the thread was first laid down, before the tower, before the songs. Here we finish what was begun." And Calendir, standing there at the edge of the valley with Hallodan beside him, felt the weight of all things past settle upon him, not as a burden, but as a cloak, woven not of command, but of choice. They stepped forward together. The air grew still as they descended into the valley, that sacred hollow cupped gently between the arms of the withered hills, where wind rarely stirred and sound fell into the hush reserved for sacred places. It was not silence that greeted them, but something deeper, a presence felt not as a voice or a vision, but as a kind of awareness threaded into the stone and soil, as though the valley itself had memory, as though the earth remembered who it had once cradled and now, in the long turning of time, welcomed their return with a reverent stillness. The grasses here swayed only faintly, bending not to a breeze but to a rhythm unseen, like the breathing of the land itself. Pale flowers bloomed among the rocks, delicate star-shaped petals of cream and gold, their scent faintly sweet, like rain upon parchment, or tears dried in sunlight. The structure at the heart of the valley was unlike any hall or house of men or elf. It was round, modest, unfortified. The stone used to shape its low walls was pale, almost the hue of moonlight on water, and weathered in such a way that it seemed both ancient and newly born. There were no carvings, no names, no sigils, only the seamless joining of rock to root, as if the dwelling had grown from the land, not been built upon it. Its door stood open, and from within came a faint, golden glow, not the harsh light of fire, but the kind of illumination one might imagine emanating from the pages of a long-lost book, opened at last after years of waiting and shadow. Hallodan hesitated at the threshold, his breath catching slightly in his throat, his posture not of fear but of awe. A child again, standing before the chamber of his first learning, the place where names became meaning. Calendir stood beside him, the silver gold thread now uncoiled, its length drifting gently in the still air like a tether between worlds. And behind them, Elenwen remained at the edge of the slope, her face turned not toward the house, but toward the sky, where the clouds gathered like cloaks of forgotten kings, slow and vast, casting wide veils of shadow and light across the hills. She said nothing, for this was not her moment. Hallodan spoke first, though his words came slow and low, as though pulled from the depth of his chest rather than his lips. "I have always feared what I might find at the end of the path," he said, "because I believed that endings must always carry judgment, that to reach the place where all things converge would be to stand before the sum of my failures, as if the stones themselves would speak aloud the names I let slip from memory, the oaths I carried in silence but could not fulfill. And yet, now that I am here, what I feel is not fear, but stillness, not accusation, but invitation." Calendir nodded, his voice equally quiet, but colored with a depth of thought shaped by the long inward journey of the road. He said, "We mistake the weight of our memory as burden, when in truth it is ballast, what steadies us, not what sinks us. We are told that forgetting brings peace, but perhaps peace is not the absence of memory, but the presence of understanding. Perhaps to remember rightly is to see the broken places in ourselves, not as wounds to be hidden, but as spaces where light can dwell, where the world can breathe through us." They entered the house then, not in triumph nor even in solemnity, but with the grace of those who know that sacredness need not be announced, only received. The interior was circular, simple, and quiet. The floor was stone, worn smooth by time and bare feet. Around the perimeter stood 7 tall wooden pillars, each carved with flowing lines that bore no alphabet, only movement, like water, like wind, like thought. At the center of the room stood a shallow basin, filled not with water, but with threads of every hue and brightness, some coiled and taut, others loose and tangled, and all gently shifting, as if moved by an unseen breath. The silver gold thread in Hallodan's hand shimmered, then gently lifted from his palm, drifting toward the basin like a leaf returning to the river that once bore it. As it touched the surface of the others, a quiet ripple passed through the room. Not sound, not light, but something like relief, like a sigh drawn by the world itself. And then, for the first time in his long, long years, Hallodan wept, not from grief, but from the kind of healing that comes not through answers, but through belonging, through knowing that his journey, with all its silence and sorrow, had not been in vain, that the thread he had unknowingly borne was not broken, only waiting, that he had been part of something greater all along, even when he had felt most lost. Calendir rested a hand on his shoulder, and for a moment they stood not as strangers, nor even as kin, but as reflections. 2 men shaped by different silences, drawn together by a common yearning to understand, to preserve, to redeem what had been left unfinished. Outside, the wind stirred at last, not as a whisper, but as a voice, not speaking in words, but in presence, The grasses danced more freely, and the flowers turned their faces toward the unseen. Elenwen stepped forward now, entering the room, her steps soundless, her presence no longer that of a guide, but of one returning home. She moved to the basin, her hand brushing the surface of the threads, and as she did, a light rose from them, not bright, not blinding, but warm and full, like the memory of fire on winter's eve, or the sound of a name spoken with love after long absence. "These are not just threads of fate," she said, her voice thick with something ancient and tender. "They are the bindings of the world's memory, each one a story, a name, a moment given weight, and each must be returned not to the light, but through the dark, through the hands of those willing to carry them without reward, without recognition, simply because they must not be lost." Callandir looked at the basin and then to Halladin, and he understood. There would be no grand legacy, no echo of song across the halls of the High Kings, but there would be remembrance, there would be continuation, and in that there was peace. They stepped out once more into the twilight, for the sun had begun its descent, casting long gold rays through the arches of the hills. The valley seemed to pulse with quiet joy, and the path behind them shimmered faintly, not marked by feet, but by the thread that now wove itself into the very earth. Callandir turned his face toward the horizon, toward whatever came next, not as a ranger returning to duty, nor as a lost man seeking purpose, but as a bearer of thread, of memory, of hope made humble. And far above, in the deepening sky, the stars blinked slowly into being, each one a gleam of light woven into the great tapestry of night. Somewhere unseen, a loom turned once more, and the story continued.